Welcome to Deep Sleep. Relax, unwind, and let our soothing bedtime stories guide you into a deep and peaceful sleep. As you settle in, please tell us where you are listening from in the comments, what time it is right now, and what the best thing that has happened to you recently is. We'd love to hear from you. And if you enjoy our stories, don't forget to like this video to support the channel. Subscribe for more relaxing stories and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Your support is encouraging us to create new stories. Now, please feel relaxed and enjoy the stories. Wishing you the sweetest dreams. In the bustling, crowded streets of Brooklyn, where immigrant dreams collided with harsh urban realities, a child was born on a cold January morning in 1899. Gabriele Capone's small apartment trembled with the first cries of his son, who would one day become a name whispered in fear and fascination across America. The Capone family lived in a cramped tenement in the heart of Brooklyn's Italian neighborhood, a world where survival meant everything and opportunity was as rare as silver. Gabriele, a skilled barber who had journeyed from Naples with hopes of a better life, worked tirelessly to support his growing family. His wife, Teresa, a delicate seamstress with hands calloused from years of intricate work, cradled young Alphonse, who would later be known simply as Al, with a mixture of hope and quiet desperation. Young Al was the fourth of 9 children, a position that demanded both resilience and cunning. The Capone household was a symphony of noise, struggle, and complex family dynamics. Italian was spoken more frequently than English, and the traditions of the old country were preserved with fierce determination. Poverty was their constant companion, but so was a profound sense of family loyalty. School was a complicated affair for Al. Intelligent but restless, he struggled to conform to the rigid educational systems of early 20th century New York. His teachers found him challenging, a boy who was more interested in the street's unwritten rules than classroom lessons. By the 6th grade, his academic journey came to an abrupt end when he was expelled for striking a teacher, an incident that would foreshadow his future reputation for volatile temperament. The streets of Brooklyn became Al's real education. While other children played innocent games, he learned the complex social geography of immigrant neighborhoods. The local gangs weren't just groups of troublemakers, they were intricate social networks that provided protection, economic opportunity, and a sense of belonging for those whom mainstream society frequently marginalized. His older brother Vincenzo, who would later be known as James Capone, played a significant role in shaping Al's early understanding of power and survival. Vincenzo was already connected to the emerging criminal networks that would define the early 20th century urban landscape. Through his brother's stories and connections, Al began to see the world not as a place of rules, but as a complex system of relationships and strategic interactions. Working odd jobs became a necessity and an opportunity for young Al. The local candy store, the bowling alley. These weren't just workplaces, but classrooms where he observed human behavior, learned negotiation, and understood the subtle art of gaining respect. He watched how money moved, how favors were traded, and how power was accumulated in small incremental steps. The immigrant experience of the Capone family was marked by constant struggle and remarkable resilience. They were part of a massive wave of Italian immigrants who arrived in America with little more than hope and determination. Brooklyn in the early 1900s was a crucible of cultural transformation, where traditional values collided with emerging urban realities. Al's mother, Teresa, represented the heart of this immigrant experience. She held the family together through countless challenges, maintaining their cultural identity while encouraging her children to adapt to their new homeland. Her quiet strength and unwavering love would remain a profound influence on Al, even as he ventured into a world she could never fully understand. The neighborhood itself was a complex ecosystem. Italian, Irish, and Jewish immigrants lived in close proximity, creating a volatile mix of cultures, ambitions, and survival strategies. Young Al learned early that survival wasn't just about physical strength, but about understanding social dynamics, reading people, and knowing when to assert oneself and when to retreat. By his early teens, Al was already developing the characteristics that would define his later infamous persona. He was charismatic, intelligent, and possessed an almost instinctive understanding of power dynamics. The street gangs of Brooklyn weren't just groups of young men causing trouble, they were intricate social organizations that provided structure, protection, and potential economic mobility for those shut out of traditional paths to success. His expulsion from school was less a failure and more a declaration of independence. The traditional educational system held no answers for a boy who saw the world as a place of strategic opportunity. While his peers continued their academic pursuits, Al was learning lessons far more practical and potentially lucrative. The seeds of his future were being planted in these early years, a complex mixture of immigrant ambition, street-learned wisdom, and an emerging understanding that in a world that frequently marginalized him, he would create his own rules and opportunities. Little did anyone know that this young boy from a crowded Brooklyn tenement would soon become one of the most notorious figures in American criminal history, a name that would be synonymous with power, rebellion, and the complex moral landscape of the Prohibition era. As the bustling streets of Brooklyn echoed with the sounds of immigrant life in the early 1900s, young Al Capone found himself drawn into a world far removed from his family's modest expectations. The streets were his classroom, and the rough and tumble neighborhood became his training ground for what would become a legendary criminal career. Johnny Torrio noticed something special in the young Al Capone, a combination of street smarts, intimidating presence, and calculated intelligence that set him apart from other young men in the neighborhood. Torrio wasn't just a mentor. He was a transformative figure who would shape Capone's understanding of organized crime as a sophisticated business. At the 5 Points Gang, Capone quickly distinguished himself. The gang was more than just a group of street thugs. It was a complex social network that controlled significant portions of Lower Manhattan. As a bouncer at various establishments, Capone learned the art of negotiation, intimidation, and strategic positioning. His work in brothels and bars wasn't just about physical enforcement. It was about understanding human dynamics, reading people, and creating intricate webs of influence. The nickname Scarface wasn't just a mark of violence, but a badge of survival. The prominent scar across his cheek, a result of a brutal bar fight, became a symbol of his resilience. Local street folklore would later suggest that the scar came from insulting a woman, though the true story remained shrouded in mystery. Capone himself was sensitive about the scar, preferring to be called Al Brown in polite company, and would become furious if anyone mentioned it directly. When Torrio extended an invitation to move to Chicago in 1919, it wasn't just a job offer, it was an opportunity for transformation. Chicago represented a new frontier, a city ripe with potential for those willing to take risks. Prohibition had created a massive underground economy, and Capone recognized this as more than just a criminal opportunity. It was a potential economic revolution. Working as Torrio's right-hand man wasn't a simple subordinate role. Capone brought strategic thinking, a keen understanding of human psychology, and an ability to navigate complex social and criminal landscapes. He wasn't just an enforcer. He was becoming a strategic architect of organized crime. The Chicago outfit under Torrio and Capone was different from traditional street gangs. They approached crime with a business mindset, understanding that violence was a tool, but not the primary objective. Bootlegging wasn't just about selling illegal alcohol. It was about creating complex distribution networks, managing relationships with corrupt politicians and law enforcement, and maintaining a delicate balance of power. Capone's early years in Chicago were characterized by careful observation and strategic positioning. He watched how Torrio negotiated, how he built alliances, and how he transformed criminal activities into quasi-legitimate business operations. The lessons went beyond simple criminal tactics. They were about understanding power structures, human motivations, and the intricate dance of influence. His background as a child of immigrants played a significant role in his approach. Unlike many of his contemporaries who saw crime as a quick path to wealth, Capone viewed it as a complex social ecosystem. He understood marginalization, the struggle for economic mobility, and how systemic barriers pushed people towards underground economies. The transition from a Brooklyn street kid to a Chicago mobster wasn't just a geographical move, it was a profound personal transformation. Capone was learning to see himself not just as a criminal but as a businessman, a community leader, and eventually a potential power broker in one of America's most dynamic cities. As the 1920s approached, Capone stood at the cusp of a remarkable journey. The foundations were being laid for what would become one of the most notorious criminal empires in American history. But at this moment, he was still learning, watching, and preparing for the opportunities that would soon present themselves. The streets of Chicago whispered with potential, and Al Capone was listening intently, ready to turn those whispers into a roar that would echo through decades of American folklore. As the golden hues of the early 1920s swept across Chicago, a new era of opportunity and danger was brewing. The Prohibition had transformed the city's underworld, creating a landscape where fortunes could be made overnight, and power was measured in barrels of illegal liquor and the silence of one's enemies. Al Capone stood at the precipice of this new world, his partnership with Johnny Torrio providing him a unique vantage point. The streets of Chicago were like a complex chessboard, and Capone was learning to move his pieces with calculated precision. Torrio had shown him that true power wasn't about brute force, but about strategic control and calculated relationships. The speakeasies became Capone's primary battleground. These hidden establishments, tucked away in basements and back rooms, were more than just places to drink. They were economic engines, social centers, and political battlegrounds. Capone understood this better than most. Each speakeasy was a potential fortress, each barrel of whiskey a potential weapon. Chicago's political landscape was notoriously corrupt, and Capone saw this not as a challenge, but as an opportunity. He began cultivating relationships with politicians, police officers, and judges. A friendly word here, a discreet envelope there. Capone was building a network that would become more valuable than any gun or territorial claim. The North Side Gang, led by Dean O'Banion, represented Capone's most significant challenge. O'Banion was brash, unpredictable, and controlled a significant portion of Chicago's criminal territory. Their rivalry was more than just a territorial dispute. It was a battle for the soul of Chicago's criminal underworld. Capone's approach was methodical. He didn't rush into confrontations, but studied his opponents, understanding their weaknesses, their patterns. When the opportunity to eliminate O'Banion presented itself, Capone and Torrio were ready. The assassination of O'Banion in 1924 was a turning point, sending a clear message about the new power dynamics in Chicago. But Capone was more than just a ruthless strategist. He understood the importance of public perception. While consolidating his criminal empire, he also began cultivating an image of a businessman, a provider, almost a community leader. He donated to charities, helped struggling families, and made sure people saw him not just as a criminal, but as someone who took care of his community. The brewing and distillery operations became a cornerstone of Capone's growing empire. He didn't just sell alcohol. He created an entire infrastructure. From hidden breweries to sophisticated distribution networks, Capone transformed bootlegging from a risky side business into a sophisticated, highly organized operation. Torrio's near-fatal assassination attempt in 1924 changed everything. When Torrio decided to retire and hand over control of the outfit to Capone, it was more than a simple transfer of power. It was a coronation. Capone was no longer an apprentice. He was becoming the king of Chicago's criminal world. His rise wasn't just about violence or intimidation. It was about understanding systems, exploiting weaknesses, and building intricate networks of loyalty and fear. Politicians could be bought, police could be silenced, and rivals could be eliminated, but only if done with surgical precision. The young man from Brooklyn was transforming into a legend. Each decision, each relationship, each strategic move was carefully calculated. Capone was building something more than a criminal organization. He was creating an alternative system of power that ran parallel to, and often more effectively than, the official structures of government and law. As the 1920s progressed, Capone's influence grew. He wasn't just a gangster anymore. He was becoming an institution, a force that would reshape Chicago's social and economic landscape. The groundwork was being laid for what would become one of the most notorious criminal empires in American history. The Prohibition era had created a new type of entrepreneur, part businessman, part outlaw, part community leader, and Al Capone was perfecting this role, turning uncertainty and chaos into a carefully managed, highly profitable enterprise. As the Chicago skyline began to shimmer with the early morning light, Al Capone's influence spread like a carefully woven web across the city. The streets that once seemed chaotic now moved with a rhythm dictated by his strategic mind and iron will. The Prohibition era had transformed him from a mere lieutenant to a master of the urban underworld. Capone understood that power wasn't just about violence. It was about perception and control. His consolidation of power became an intricate dance of intimidation, negotiation, and calculated brutality. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre of E. 1929 wasn't just a violent act. It was a calculated message to every rival and potential challenger in Chicago's criminal landscape. On that cold February morning, Capone's men dressed meticulously, their tailored suits a stark contrast to the violence they were about to unleash. The targeted North Side gang members represented more than just rivals. They were obstacles to Capone's complete control of Chicago's illegal operations. Each carefully planned moment was designed to send a clear message. Al Capone was not to be challenged. Behind the scenes, Capone worked tirelessly to cultivate a different image. To the public, he wasn't just a gangster. He was a businessman, a provider, almost a local hero. He understood the power of public perception better than most. When he donated money to local charities, when he helped struggling families during the Great Depression, he was building something far more valuable than a criminal empire. He was building a legend. His political connections ran deep and complex. Mayor William Hale, Big Bill Thompson, was more than just an ally. He was a crucial piece in Capone's intricate political machinery. Bribes weren't just transactions. They were carefully orchestrated relationships that ensured protection and continued operations. Police officers, judges, politicians, they all became part of an elaborate system that allowed Capone to operate with remarkable impunity. The gambling operations expanded rapidly. Speakeasies became more than just illegal drinking establishments. They were social theaters, where Capone's influence was on full display. Each location was carefully selected, each operation meticulously planned. His bootlegging network wasn't just about selling alcohol. It was a complex logistical operation that required intelligence, strategy, and an understanding of human desire. Capone's psychological approach to power was particularly fascinating. He understood that fear was a tool, but respect was a weapon. He didn't just want to be feared. He wanted to be understood. His interactions with the press were carefully choreographed performances. Each interview, each photograph was an opportunity to shape his public narrative. The criminal world of Chicago during this period was like an intricate chess game. Capone was several moves ahead of his competitors. His strategy wasn't about immediate gains, but long-term control. Every action was calculated. Every relationship was strategic. The elimination of rivals wasn't just about violence, it was about creating a clear path to absolute control. His relationship with Johnny Torrio had taught him valuable lessons about power and patience. Where Torrio was cautious, Capone was bold. Where Torrio saw limitations, Capone saw opportunities. The criminal empire he was building was more than a business. It was a complex social and economic ecosystem that touched every aspect of Chicago life. The gambling operations expanded beyond simple betting. Capone understood human psychology. He knew people's desires, their weaknesses, their dreams. Each gambling establishment was designed not just to make money, but to create an experience. From high-stakes poker rooms to underground casinos, he created worlds within worlds. Prostitution rings were managed with the same strategic precision as his other operations. It wasn't just about exploitation, it was about creating controlled, safe environments that minimized risk and maximized profit. Each operation was a carefully balanced system of protection, payment, and discretion. By 1929, Capone had transformed from a local gangster to a national phenomenon. His power wasn't just measured in dollars or territory, but in the very narrative of urban American life during Prohibition. He had become more than a criminal. He was a symbol of an era, a complex character who represented the blurred lines between legality and survival. The streets of Chicago whispered his name. Some spoke in fear, some in admiration, but nobody could ignore the reality of Al Capone's growing empire. Each day brought new challenges, new opportunities, and new ways to expand his extraordinary and controversial legacy. As the sun rose over Chicago's skyline in the late 1920s, Al Capone's empire had reached its most magnificent and dangerous zenith. The city trembled beneath his influence, a complex network of power that stretched far beyond simple criminal enterprise. His headquarters at the Lexington Hotel became a fortress of strategic operations, where every room whispered stories of negotiation, intimidation, and calculated control. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre had transformed Capone from a local gangster into a national phenomenon. Newspapers couldn't get enough of his audacious lifestyle: tailored pinstripe suits that cost more than most men's annual salary, diamond-studded, tie pins that glimmered like promises, and an aura of invincibility that seemed to repel both legal consequences and moral judgment. His operations now generated an estimated $100 million annually, a staggering sum during the Great Depression. While ordinary Americans struggled to find work, Capone's organization moved with surgical precision through multiple cities. Miami became his strategic southern base, offering both luxury and strategic distance from Chicago's intense law enforcement scrutiny. New York represented another critical territory, where his influence extended through carefully cultivated relationships with other organized crime families. The bootlegging business had transformed from a risky venture to a systematized industry. Capone's trucks moved liquor with military-like discipline, bribing police and local officials along established routes. Each shipment was more than a commercial transaction. It was a demonstration of his organizational brilliance. Warehouse managers, truck drivers, and local distributors all understood the intricate hierarchy. One misstep could mean immediate replacement or worse. Interestingly, Capone maintained a complex public persona. Despite his violent reputation, he cultivated an image of a community benefactor. During the harsh winter of 1929, his organization distributed thousands of meals to unemployed Chicago residents. Soup kitchens funded by Capone became legendary, presenting him not just as a criminal, but as a quasi-governmental support system for the struggling working class. His political connections had become increasingly sophisticated. Mayor William Hale, Big Bill Thompson, was more than just a political ally. He was practically an extension of Capone's administrative machinery. Through a network of bribes, threats, and strategic negotiations, Capone ensured that city governance remained sympathetic to his interests. Police precincts, judicial circuits, and municipal departments operated with an understanding that challenging Capone's network was professional suicide. The media's fascination with Capone grew exponentially. Journalists found him a compelling subject, articulate, charismatic, and seemingly untouchable. He understood public relations decades before the term became common. Interviews were carefully choreographed performances where he portrayed himself as a businessman dealing with unfortunate market regulations. His charm was magnetic. Even those who despised his criminal activities found themselves grudgingly impressed by his audacity. Behind the glamorous facade, Capone's organization was a complex machine of psychological manipulation. Street-level operatives weren't just thugs. They were carefully selected individuals trained in intimidation, negotiation, and strategic thinking. Each member understood that loyalty was currency, and betrayal meant immediate and permanent consequences. His personal life reflected this complexity. At home with his wife May and son Albert, Capone presented a surprisingly conventional image. Family dinners, careful parenting, and a veneer of respectability contrasted sharply with his public persona. He was determined that his son would have opportunities he never experienced, investing heavily in private education and carefully managing Albert's social connections. The nightlife of Chicago became Capone's extended living room. Establishments like the Green Mill and the Four Deuces weren't just entertainment venues. They were strategic outposts where business, politics, and criminal enterprise intersected. Here, over expensive whiskey and jazz music, deals were struck. That would reshape Chicago's economic and social landscape. As 1929 drew to a close, Capone stood at the pinnacle of his power. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre had sent a clear message to rival gangs, law enforcement, and the broader criminal ecosystem. He was not just a participant in the underworld, but its undisputed master. Every move was calculated, every relationship strategically maintained, every potential threat neutralized with surgical precision. Little did he know that the very visibility that defined his success would ultimately become the instrument of his downfall. The spotlight he had so carefully cultivated was about to reveal vulnerabilities that would challenge everything he had built. The winds of change began to swirl around Al Capone's empire in the early 1930s, casting long shadows of legal uncertainty over his once untouchable criminal domain. The federal government, frustrated by years of failed attempts to bring him down through traditional criminal prosecution, had devised a cunning strategy that would ultimately prove more effective than any previous approach. The trial was a media spectacle. Chicago's courtrooms buzzed with anticipation, journalists filled every available seat, and the public watched with a mixture of fascination and contempt. Capone, always immaculately dressed, sat confidently in his expensive suit, his trademark charm seemingly undiminished. But beneath the surface, a current of anxiety ran through him. His legal team, led by some of the most expensive attorneys money could buy, fought vigorously. They argued, they challenged, they attempted every legal maneuver possible. But the evidence was overwhelming. The government had constructed a case so methodical that even Capone's legendary network of influence seemed powerless to intervene. On October 17, 1931, the verdict was delivered. Guilty on multiple counts of tax evasion. The sentence was stunning: 11 years in federal prison, a $50,000 fine, and court costs of another $30,000. The amount was astronomical for the time, effectively dismantling a significant portion of Capone's financial empire. The psychological impact was profound. For a man who had ruled Chicago's underworld with seemingly absolute power, this was a humiliation, unlike any he had experienced. His carefully cultivated image of invincibility was shattered, not by violence or direct confrontation, but by bureaucratic precision. Capone was first sent to the Atlanta U.S. Penitentiary, a massive institution that would become his first taste of prolonged institutional confinement. The environment was dramatically different from his luxurious lifestyle. Here he was just another prisoner, stripped of his power, his connections, his elaborate support system. The prison walls seemed to close in, not just physically, but mentally. Capone, who had never truly been held accountable for his numerous crimes, now faced the stark reality of systematic punishment. His legendary status meant nothing within these institutional confines. Guards who might have once feared or respected him now saw him as just another inmate to be managed. Later, he would be transferred to the infamous Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, a move that would further underscore the complete dismantling of his power. Alcatraz, with its reputation for being inescapable, became a symbol of Capone's fall from grace. The irony was not lost on many. The man who had orchestrated countless criminal activities, who had been responsible for numerous violent acts, was ultimately brought down by something as mundane as tax records. It was a testament to the evolving nature of law enforcement, which was learning to fight organized crime through systematic bureaucratic methods rather than direct confrontation. As Capone adjusted to his new reality, the criminal landscape of Chicago began to shift. His absence created a power vacuum, with various lieutenants and rival gangs looking to claim territory and influence. The empire he had so carefully constructed was now vulnerable, its foundation crumbling with his imprisonment. The story of Al Capone's legal downfall was more than just a criminal prosecution. It was a pivotal moment in American law enforcement, demonstrating that even the most powerful criminal figures could be brought to justice through meticulous investigation and strategic legal action. The prison walls of Alcatraz had been more than just a physical barrier for Al Capone. They were a slow-burning crucible that would ultimately consume his once invincible spirit. As the years of incarceration dragged on, the once powerful gangster began to feel the merciless grip of illness tightening around him. Syphilis, a disease he had likely contracted years earlier, began to ravage his body and mind with increasing intensity. The once sharp mind that had orchestrated complex criminal operations now became clouded, his thoughts fragmenting like broken glass. Medical reports from the time paint a haunting picture of a man slowly disintegrating, his legendary mental acuity crumbling beneath the weight of neurological deterioration. Inside the prison, Capone was no longer the feared mobster who controlled Chicago's underworld. His empire, carefully constructed over decades, was now being carved up by ambitious lieutenants who saw his imprisonment as an opportunity. The networks of loyalty he had meticulously built began to unravel, with each passing month seeing more of his associates distancing themselves or actively working to claim their own territories. His wife May remained a constant, visiting when allowed, bringing small comforts and maintaining a semblance of connection to the outside world. Her visits were marked by a mixture of love, concern, and an increasing sense of helplessness. She would watch her husband's gradual transformation, the robust man she had known becoming increasingly frail and disconnected. By 1939, the prison authorities recognized the futility of keeping a man so severely compromised by illness in their custody. His medical condition had deteriorated to a point where continued imprisonment seemed both cruel and pointless. After serving 6.5 years of his 11-year sentence, Capone was released, a shadow of his former self. The journey to Palm Island, Florida, was more of a medical transfer than a triumphant return. His brother Ralph helped arrange a comfortable estate where Al could spend his remaining years. The grand mansions and luxurious clubs of Chicago were now replaced by a quiet, secluded property where Capone would attempt to find some peace in his final years. Neurological examinations revealed the extensive damage caused by neurosyphilis. His mental capacity had dramatically diminished, leaving him often confused, unable to communicate coherently, and dependent on others for basic care. The man who had once commanded respect through fear and strategic brilliance was now reduced to a patient requiring constant medical attention. Locals in the area knew of his presence, but maintained a respectful distance. The notorious gangster was no longer a threat, just a sick man living out his final days. Occasionally, curious neighbors or journalists would try to catch a glimpse of the fallen mobster, but he remained largely isolated, protected by his family and a small circle of loyal associates. His daily routine became a monotonous cycle of medical treatments, brief moments of lucidity, and long periods of confusion. The sharp suits were replaced by comfortable, loose clothing. The strategic meetings were now doctors' consultations. The power lunches transformed into carefully measured meals, designed to maintain what little health remained. Despite his diminished state, Capone retained moments of his former personality. Flashes of his charisma would occasionally emerge, brief, windows into the magnetic personality that had once dominated Chicago's criminal landscape. His family would cherish these moments, remembering the powerful man he had once been. The world outside had changed dramatically. The Prohibition era that had defined his rise was long gone. A new world war was brewing in Europe, and the criminal empires he had built were now just historical footnotes. Capone, once the most feared man in America, was now essentially forgotten, a relic of a bygone era. His connection to the criminal world had been completely severed. The networks he had built, the relationships he had cultivated, all seemed to belong to another lifetime. He was no longer Al Scarface Capone, the criminal mastermind, but simply a sick man waiting for the inevitable. As the years of the early 1940s passed, his health continued to decline. The syphilis continued its merciless assault on his body and mind, turning the once powerful gangster into a patient, a medical case study of the devastating effects of an untreated sexually transmitted disease. Palm Island became both his sanctuary and his prison, a place of quiet deterioration far removed from the bustling streets of Chicago, where he had once reigned supreme. The mighty had truly fallen, reduced to a whisper of his former self, waiting for the final chapter of a remarkable and notorious life. As the winter of 1947 settled over Chicago, a city that had both feared and revered him, Al Capone's final moments approached with a quiet inevitability that belied his once thunderous life. The once powerful gangster lay in his Palm Island, Florida estate, a shadow of the formidable man he had once been. Syphilis, that silent predator that had been consuming him from within for years, had finally claimed its ultimate victory. The rooms of his luxurious mansion, once filled with the sounds of plotting and power, now echoed with a profound silence. Soft winter light filtered through heavy curtains, casting long shadows across the room where Capone rested. His once sharp mind, which had orchestrated complex criminal networks and outsmarted countless rivals, was now clouded by the neurological devastation of his long-term illness. His wife May sat nearby, her hands folded in her lap, watching the man who had been both her greatest love and her most significant burden. Their relationship had always been complex, a mixture of deep affection and the constant shadow of his criminal life. She had stood by him through everything, the rise, the peak, the fall, and now these final, diminished moments. The stroke that had preceded his cardiac arrest had left him partially paralyzed, a cruel irony for a man who had once commanded such physical and psychological power. His robust frame, which had intimidated countless rivals and law enforcement officials, was now frail and broken. The hands that had once signed death warrants and negotiated criminal empires now lay motionless on the crisp white sheets. Medical records would later show the progression of his syphilis, a disease he had likely contracted decades earlier and which had gone untreated. The neurological damage was extensive, transforming the sharp-minded gangster into a confused, sometimes childlike figure in his final years. Doctors had warned him for years, but Capone's legendary stubbornness had prevented him from seeking consistent treatment. His son, Albert "Sonny" Capone, sat in another chair, watching his father with a mixture of sadness and a strange detachment. Their relationship had always been complicated, shaped by the extraordinary circumstances of their family life. Sonny had lived in the shadow of his father's reputation, simultaneously protected and burdened by the Capone name. The room itself was a testament to Capone's past glory. Expensive artwork adorned the walls. Mementos from his most prosperous years were carefully displayed. Yet these symbols of wealth now seemed like relics of a bygone era, much like Capone himself. As his life slowly ebbed away, memories seemed to flicker through his damaged mind. Moments from his childhood in Brooklyn, the early days of his criminal enterprise in Chicago, the height of his power during Prohibition, all blended together in a surreal montage. The brilliant strategist, the feared mobster, the community benefactor, all these versions of himself existed simultaneously in his failing consciousness. The medical staff moved quietly, their professional demeanor masking the historical significance of the moment. Al Capone, the man who had defined an era of American criminality, was dying. Not in a blaze of gunfire or through a dramatic confrontation, but quietly, methodically, consumed by an illness that no amount of money or power could stop. At precisely 7:25 p.m. on January 25, 1947, Al Capone's heart stopped. The room fell into an absolute stillness, as if the very air recognized the passing of a significant historical figure. May's quiet sob was the only sound, a personal moment of grief amidst the larger narrative of his life. His death marked not just the end of a personal journey, but the conclusion of a specific chapter in American social history. The gangster who had become a symbol of an entire era was gone, leaving behind a complex legacy that would be debated for generations. The news of his death would spread quickly, from the streets of Chicago to the halls of law enforcement, from criminal circles to mainstream media. Al Capone's passing was more than just the death of a man. It was the symbolic end of the Prohibition-era gangster mythology. As night fell over Palm Island, the mansion that had been his final refuge grew quiet. The man who had once commanded armies of criminals, who had negotiated with politicians and terrorized entire cities, was now just a memory, a profound, complicated memory that would continue to fascinate Americans for decades to come. As the last rays of winter sunlight filtered through the dusty windows of Chicago's historical archives, the legacy of Al Capone seemed to breathe with an almost living intensity. His story was more than just a tale of a gangster, though it was a complex narrative that reflected the tumultuous soul of an era. Capone's impact on organized crime transcended mere criminal activity. He was an architect of modern criminal infrastructure, transforming underground operations into sophisticated networks that would influence generations of criminal enterprises. His innovative approaches to money laundering, political manipulation, and strategic power consolidation became blueprints for future organized crime structures. The cultural reverberations of Capone's life extended far beyond the narrow streets of Chicago. He became a mythical figure, simultaneously vilified and romanticized, embodying the complex American archetype of the self-made man who operated outside societal boundaries. Countless books, films, and television series would draw inspiration from his life, each attempting to unravel the enigma of a man who was both a ruthless criminal and a charismatic leader. His legacy was fundamentally paradoxical. In the immigrant neighborhoods of Chicago, Capone was more than a gangster. He was a provider, a protector, someone who ensured that marginalized communities had resources during the harsh years of the Great Depression. Soup kitchens funded by his organization fed hundreds, while local businesses received protection, creating a complex social ecosystem that defied simple moral categorizations. Culturally, Capone symbolized the dramatic transformation of American society during Prohibition. He represented the ultimate rebellion against restrictive laws, turning illegal alcohol distribution into a massive, sophisticated industry. His operations were not just criminal enterprises, but intricate economic systems that challenged existing power structures. Academically and historically, Capone's life serves as a profound case study of power, ambition, and the intricate relationship between criminal enterprises and societal structures. He demonstrated how marginalized communities could create alternative economic and social systems when traditional pathways were blocked. The contradictions in his persona remained his most compelling feature. A man who could order violent retributions yet also donate to charities, who understood political manipulation yet maintained a certain code of honor within his organization. He was simultaneously a product of his environment and a creator of new social dynamics. His influence extended into political spheres, revealing how criminal organizations could penetrate and manipulate governmental structures. The networks he established showed how power could be accumulated and maintained through strategic alliances, intimidation, and calculated generosity. Sociologically, Capone represented the immigrant experience's darker manifestation, a narrative of survival, adaptation, and eventual transformation. Coming from a poor Italian-American family, he embodied the complex journey of upward mobility in a society that often rejected immigrant communities. The psychological complexity of Capone fascinated researchers and storytellers alike. He was not a one-dimensional villain, but a multifaceted human being shaped by complex social forces. His ability to inspire loyalty, fear, and even admiration demonstrated a nuanced leadership that went beyond traditional criminal paradigms. In T, the broader narrative of American history, Capone became a symbol of an era, the Roaring Twenties and the challenging transition of the early 20th century. His life reflected the tensions between legal structures, social mobility, and the human desire for power and recognition. Educational institutions and criminology departments would continue to study his methods, organizational strategies, and social impact. His life became a critical lens through which to understand the evolution of organized crime, urban development, and social dynamics during a transformative period of American history. As decades passed, Al Capone remained more than a historical figure. He was a complex mythology, a narrative that continued to challenge simplistic notions of criminality, power, and social advancement. His story was a reminder that human experiences are rarely black and white, but instead exist in nuanced, interconnected shades of gray. The archives would preserve his documents, photographs, and historical records, but the true legacy of Al Capone would live on in stories, discussions, and the continued fascination with a man who became larger than his own life, a symbol of an era, a culture, and the complex human capacity for both destruction and unexpected compassion. In the quiet of historical reflection, Al Capone's story remained a powerful testament to the complexity of human nature, the intricate dance between law and survival, and the enduring power of a life lived beyond conventional boundaries. In the quiet, narrow streets of Palermo, Sicily, where cobblestones whispered ancient stories and the scent of Mediterranean herbs lingered in the air, a child was born who would one day become a legend in the shadowy world of organized crime. Carlo Gambino entered this world on August 24, 1902, in a modest family home nestled in the heart of the city's bustling Castellammare district. The Gambino family was not wealthy, but they were respected. Carlo's father, Benedetto Gambino, was a hard-working man who struggled to provide for his family in a time when economic opportunities were scarce. His mother, Caterina, was a strong-willed woman who instilled in her children the importance of family, loyalty, and survival. These early lessons would become the cornerstone of Carlo's future life. Palermo at the turn of the 20th century was a complex tapestry of social dynamics. The city breathed with an unspoken code of honor, where family connections and personal reputation meant everything. Young Carlo watched and learned, absorbing the intricate social landscape around him like a sponge. The streets were his first classroom, teaching him lessons that no formal education could provide. From an early age, Carlo demonstrated a remarkable intelligence that set him apart from other children. He was quiet, observant, and possessed an uncanny ability to read people. While other children played in the streets, Carlo would watch the interactions between local merchants, family patriarchs, and those who held real power in the community. He understood early on that true influence was not about loud proclamations, but about subtle manipulation and strategic thinking. The Gambino family, like many Sicilian families of that time, lived under the constant shadow of economic uncertainty. Carlo's father worked hard to provide, but the family often struggled. These early experiences of financial hardship would later shape Carlo's approach to wealth and power. He learned that survival required more than just hard work. It demanded cunning, adaptability, and an understanding of human nature. Sicily in the early 1900s was a place of stark contrasts. Beautiful landscapes and rich cultural traditions coexisted with deep-rooted social tensions. The island was experiencing significant changes, with many families facing difficult choices about their future. Some chose to emigrate to America, seeking new opportunities, while others remained holding on to traditional ways of life. Carlo's extended family was typical of Sicilian families of that era, close-knit, protective, and deeply connected to their community. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents all played significant roles in a child's upbringing. They shared not just blood, but a complex network of obligations, secrets, and unspoken understandings. Young Carlo learned early about the importance of these familial bonds. The environment of Castellammare was particularly significant. This district was known for its strong traditions and complex social structures. Many families here had connections that ran deeper than mere friendship. They were bound by intricate networks of mutual protection and support. These networks would later become the foundation of what would be known as the mafia. As a young boy, Carlo was small in stature, but large in ambition. He was not the type to engage in physical confrontations, but instead developed a sharp mind and an ability to navigate complex social situations. His intelligence was his most potent weapon, allowing him to observe, understand, and ultimately manipulate the world around him. Education was limited for working-class children in Palermo during this time. While Carlo did not receive extensive formal schooling, he was educated in the most important curriculum of his environment, the unwritten rules of survival, respect, and strategic thinking. The streets, family gatherings, and local community interactions were his true school. The seeds of Carlo's future were being planted during these formative years. His keen observation, his understanding of human psychology, and his ability to remain calm and calculated were not skills he would learn later. They were being developed in these early Palermo years. Every interaction, every observed conversation, every family gathering was a lesson in the art of survival and eventual power. As he grew older, the limitations of life in Palermo became increasingly apparent to Carlo. The economic struggles, the limited opportunities, and the rigid social structures suggested that a different path might be necessary. America represented a land of possibility, a place where a smart, ambitious young man could potentially reshape his destiny. By the time Carlo was a teenager, the decision to leave Sicily was forming in his mind. It was not just an economic choice, but a strategic one. America offered opportunities that Sicily could not, a chance to build something entirely new, to create a life beyond the constraints of his current environment. Little did the people of his small Palermo neighborhood know that the quiet, observant boy walking their streets would one day become one of the most powerful and feared figures in American criminal history. Carlo Gambino's childhood was not just a prelude to his future. It was the carefully crafted foundation of an empire that would span decades. In the soft, moonlit nights of Palermo, where whispers of ambition danced between ancient stone walls, young Carlo Gambino began to understand the intricate world that would shape his destiny. The transition from childhood to early adulthood was not marked by dramatic moments, but by a gradual, calculated awakening to the complex social landscape of early 20th century Sicily. By his late teenage years, Carlo had become acutely aware of the power structures that governed life in Castellammare. The traditional Sicilian society was a delicate ecosystem of relationships, respect, and unspoken agreements. Young men like Carlo understood that true power was not about brute force, but about connections, intelligence, and the ability to navigate intricate social networks. The Castellammare region was particularly known for its tight-knit community and its emerging criminal organizations. These were not simply groups of outlaws, but sophisticated networks that provided protection, economic opportunities, and a sense of order in a world often characterized by uncertainty. Carlo watched and learned, his keen intelligence absorbing every nuance of these social dynamics. His first steps into the world of organized crime were subtle and calculated. Unlike the dramatic narratives of Hollywood gangster films, Carlo's entry was more of a careful progression. He began by running small errands for local influential figures, proving his reliability and discretion. These early tasks were not glamorous. They were tests of character, opportunities to demonstrate his worth. The local mafia families of Castellammare were particularly interested in young men who showed promise. They were looking for individuals who understood the unwritten rules: loyalty, silence, and strategic thinking. Carlo quickly distinguished himself as someone who could be trusted, someone who listened more than he spoke. His uncle, a respected figure in the local community, played a crucial role in introducing Carlo to these networks. Family connections were everything in Sicilian society, and Carlo's uncle saw potential in his nephew that others might have overlooked. He recognized Carlo's intelligence, his ability to remain calm under pressure, and his strategic mindset. By his early 20s, Carlo had begun to establish himself as more than just another young man from Castellammare. He was becoming known as someone who could be relied upon, someone who understood the delicate balance of power and respect. His reputation was not built on violence, but on discretion and strategic thinking. The economic conditions of Sicily during this period were challenging. Many young men saw limited opportunities for advancement. Some chose to emigrate to America, while others sought alternative paths to economic stability. Carlo was different. He was not simply looking for survival, but for a way to create something more substantial. His early criminal activities were primarily focused on protection rackets and small-scale smuggling. These were not random acts of lawlessness, but carefully calculated economic operations. Carlo understood that success in this world required more than just courage. It required intelligence, patience, and an understanding of human psychology. The relationships Carlo built during these years were crucial. He was not just collecting contacts, but creating a network of mutual understanding and strategic alliances. Each interaction was a carefully considered move in a complex social chess game. He learned to read people, to understand their motivations, and to position himself strategically. Immigration to America was becoming increasingly common during this period, and Carlo saw it as more than just an escape. He saw it as an opportunity. The United States represented a new frontier, a place where the rules were different, where a smart, ambitious young man could potentially reshape his entire destiny. In 1921, at the age of 19, Carlo made the decision to immigrate to America. This was not a hasty choice, but a carefully planned strategic move. He understood that the opportunities in the United States were vastly different from those in Sicily. America represented not just economic potential, but a chance to build something entirely new. The journey was challenging. Immigrants faced numerous obstacles: legal restrictions, social prejudices, and economic challenges. But Carlo was not deterred. He approached this new chapter of his life with the same calculated mindset that had served him well in Castellammare. Every challenge was an opportunity, every setback a potential lesson. When he arrived in New York, Carlo was not a wide-eyed immigrant looking for simple survival. He was a strategic thinker, already mapping out potential opportunities. The Italian, immigrant communities of New York were complex ecosystems, filled with both challenges and possibilities. Carlo would navigate these waters with the same intelligence and patience that had defined his early years in Sicily. His early years in America would be a continuation of the lessons learned in Castellammare, understanding power, building relationships, and creating opportunities where others saw only obstacles. The quiet, observant boy from Palermo was about to begin the next phase of his remarkable journey. Little did the world know that this young Sicilian immigrant would eventually become one of the most powerful and influential figures in American organized crime. Carlo Gambino's early mobster years were not just a prelude to his future. They were the carefully crafted foundation of an empire that would span decades, reshaping the very landscape of criminal enterprise in the United States. The moonlight that had once illuminated the narrow streets of Palermo now cast its soft glow on the bustling streets of New York, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Carlo Gambino's extraordinary life. The cold New York streets whispered tales of ambition and power as Carlo Gambino began to carefully weave his intricate web of influence. The early 1930s were a turbulent time, with prohibition slowly dying and organized crime finding new pathways to wealth and control. Carlo's reputation had begun to solidify among the Italian-American criminal circles. He was no longer just another young man from the streets, but a calculated strategist with a keen understanding of power dynamics. His cousin Paul Castellano had introduced him to key figures in the Sicilian-American criminal network, but Carlo knew that true power came from more than just family connections. The streets of Brooklyn became his classroom, and every interaction a potential opportunity. Unlike many of his contemporaries who relied on brute force, Carlo understood the delicate art of negotiation and strategic alliance building. He moved like a chess player, always thinking several moves ahead. During this period, Carlo began to cultivate relationships with key members of the criminal underworld. He wasn't interested in flashy displays of violence, but in building a sophisticated network of influence. His approach was methodical, listening more than speaking, observing more than acting. The Castellammarese War had created a power vacuum in the criminal landscape, and Carlo saw this as his moment. While other young mobsters were eager to prove themselves through violence, he was carefully positioning himself as a thoughtful, strategic leader. His connection to Joe the Boss Masseria gave him initial protection, but Carlo was always planning his next move. In the dimly lit social clubs of Brooklyn and Manhattan, whispers about Carlo began to circulate. Men would speak of his intelligence in hushed tones, noting how he seemed different from other mobsters. He wasn't just a criminal, he was becoming an architect of a complex criminal enterprise. One pivotal moment came during a tense meeting with several senior members of the criminal organization. While others argued loudly about territory and profits, Carlo sat quietly, his dark eyes scanning the room. When he finally spoke, his words were measured and precise, cutting through the noise with a clarity that demanded attention. "Gentlemen," he would say, his accent thick but his English deliberate, "violence is a tool but not the only tool. Our strength lies in our ability to think, to negotiate, to create systems that work." His approach to criminal enterprise was almost businesslike. Where other mobsters saw territory as something to be fought over, Carlo saw it as something to be managed. He began to develop sophisticated methods of generating income, protection rackets, gambling operations, and strategic investments that went far beyond traditional criminal activities. The trucking industry became one of his first major legitimate business interests. By controlling transportation routes and logistics, Carlo created a network that was both profitable and seemingly legitimate. It was a brilliant strategy, creating legal cover for illegal activities while generating substantial income. His relationship with other criminal figures was complex. He wasn't looking to eliminate competitors, but to create a collaborative system where everyone understood their place. This approach was revolutionary in the criminal world of the 1930s, where most interactions were defined by violent competition. New York City was changing, and Carlo Gambino was positioning himself to change with it. The end of prohibition meant that criminal organizations needed to evolve. Those who could adapt would survive and thrive. Those who couldn't would fade into obscurity. By the mid-1930s, Carlo had begun to build what would become his true power base. It wasn't about immediate wealth or violent conquest, but about creating a sustainable, sophisticated criminal organization that could operate with a level of discretion previously unseen. His wife Catherine remained a source of stability during these tumultuous years. While she knew little of the specifics of his business, she understood the importance of discretion and family loyalty. Their home in Brooklyn became a sanctuary, a place where Carlo could plan and strategize away from the dangerous streets. The criminal world was watching Carlo Gambino, and they were beginning to understand that he was something different. Not just another mobster, but a true strategist who was rewriting the rules of organized crime. As the decade progressed, Carlo's influence continued to grow. Each connection, each carefully planned move was bringing him closer to the ultimate goal, not just power, but a kind of institutional control that would transcend generations. The rise of Carlo Gambino was not a story of sudden violence or dramatic takeovers. It was a patient, methodical climb, a transformation from a young immigrant son to a criminal mastermind who would reshape the landscape of organized crime in America. The shadows of New York City stretched long and quiet in the early 1940s. Much like Carlo Gambino's carefully calculated ambitions, the whispers of power were beginning to crescendo, and Carlo found himself at the cusp of a transformative moment in his criminal career. The streets of Brooklyn had always been more than mere geography to Carlo. They were a complex network of relationships, loyalties, and unspoken agreements. His reputation within the Castellammarese War's aftermath had positioned him strategically, not as a loud-mouthed provocateur, but as a calculating strategist who understood the delicate art of criminal diplomacy. During this period, Carlo's relationship with Lucky Luciano became increasingly important. Luciano, recognizing Gambino's methodical approach and strategic mind, began to see him as more than just another soldier. They would often meet in dimly lit Italian restaurants, speaking in low tones, their conversations punctuated by the clinking of espresso cups and the subtle movement of hands. "How you think too much, Carlo," Luciano would sometimes joke, his eyes betraying a deep respect. "But that's why you'll go far." Carlo would merely smile, a slight curl of his lips that revealed nothing and everything simultaneously. He understood that in their world, thinking was not just an advantage, it was survival. The restructuring of the criminal landscape following the Castellammarese War provided unprecedented opportunities. The newly formed commission, which regulated interactions between crime families, became Carlo's primary arena of strategic maneuvering. He wasn't interested in flashy displays of power, but in building a network of quiet, reliable connections. His approach to criminal enterprise was almost academic in its precision. Where other mobsters saw immediate profit, Carlo saw long-term positioning. He began expanding his operations carefully, focusing on labor racketeering, smuggling, and strategic partnerships that would create layers of protection and revenue. The Brooklyn docks became a crucial territory for Gambino. Understanding the economic potential of controlling shipping and labor, he methodically built relationships with union leaders and dock workers. It wasn't about muscle, but about creating systems of mutual benefit that would ensure loyalty and consistent income. During these years, Carlo's family life remained remarkably stable, a contrast to the volatile world of organized crime. His wife, Catherine, provided a sense of normalcy and grounding. She understood the delicate balance required in being married to a man like Carlo, never asking too many questions, providing a sanctuary of domesticity amidst the complex criminal landscape. His nephews and younger family members watched and learned. Carlo was teaching them not just about criminal operations, but about the art of patience, strategic thinking, and maintaining a low profile. "In our world," he would often tell them, "noise attracts attention. Silence creates power." The war years brought additional complications and opportunities. With many young men drafted and the country's focus on the global conflict, criminal enterprises found unique openings. Rationing black market goods and the disruption of traditional law enforcement created fertile ground for strategic operators like Gambino. Carlo's network began expanding beyond Brooklyn. He cultivated relationships with criminal elements in Manhattan, developing a reputation as a problem solver rather than a problem creator. When conflicts arose between different factions, he was often the one called upon to mediate, his calm demeanor and strategic mind making him a trusted intermediary. By the mid-1940s, Carlo Gambino was no longer just rising, he was ascending. His power wasn't measured in violent confrontations or public displays, but in the intricate web of relationships and economic control he was systematically constructing. The criminal underworld was changing, and Carlo Gambino was not just adapting, he was reshaping it, one calculated move at a time. His rise was not a sudden explosion, but a methodical progression, like a chess grandmaster positioning pieces for an inevitable checkmate. As the decade progressed, whispers about Carlo's growing influence began to circulate. Some saw him as a dangerous strategist, others as a pragmatic businessman who happened to operate outside traditional legal boundaries. But everyone recognized that something significant was happening. A quiet revolution led by a man who understood that true power resided not in noise, but in silence. The streets of New York would never be the same, and Carlo Gambino was just getting started. In the soft, muted light of a late autumn evening, the streets of Brooklyn whispered stories of power, ambition, and quiet control. The year was the early 1950s, and at the center of this intricate web of influence sat Carlo Gambino, a man whose power was measured not by loud declarations, but by subtle, calculated movements. The Gambino crime family had become a sophisticated machine, far removed from the rough-and-tumble street gangs of earlier decades. Carlo understood that true power wasn't about violence, but about strategic positioning, careful negotiation, and an almost invisible network of connections that stretched from the docks of New York to the highest levels of political and business circles. During this period, Carlo meticulously built his empire, understanding that control was about relationships more than force. He cultivated connections with union leaders, politicians, and business owners, creating a complex ecosystem where favors were traded like currency. The waterfront of New York became his primary domain, with longshoremen and shipping companies operating under his silent but absolute influence. His approach was distinctly different from other mafia leaders of his time. Where others sought attention and glorified violence, Carlo preferred the shadows. He was a chess master, always thinking several moves ahead, understanding that true power resided in prediction and manipulation rather than brute force. The family's operations expanded beyond traditional rackets. They moved into legitimate businesses, understanding that the most effective criminal enterprise looked remarkably like a successful corporation. Real estate, construction, waste management, these became the visible face of an organization that ran much deeper and more complex than anyone outside could imagine. Carlo's network was carefully constructed. He didn't just lead, he cultivated. Young men were brought into the organization not through violence but through respect, opportunity, and a sense of belonging. He understood the psychology of power, that loyalty was more valuable than fear, and strategic thinking more effective than intimidation. His relationship with other crime families was equally nuanced. Where conflicts might have once resulted in immediate violence, Carlo preferred negotiation. He saw the criminal underworld as an ecosystem that required balance, where cooperation was often more profitable than conflict. During this period, Carlo was transforming the very nature of organized crime in America. The old model of territorial gangs was giving way to a more sophisticated, almost corporate approach. Meetings were held not in dark alleys, but in comfortable offices, discussions conducted with the same strategic precision a Fortune 500 CEO might employ. His wife, Catherine, was more than just a supportive spouse. She was a confidant, understanding the delicate balance of her husband's world. Their home in Brooklyn was not a fortress, but a place of quiet strategy where family dinners might include discussions that would reshape entire industries. The federal government was beginning to take notice, but Carlo was always several steps ahead. He understood surveillance, understood bureaucracy, and most importantly, understood human nature. His connections weren't just criminal. They extended into law enforcement, politics, and legitimate business circles. Young men looked up to Carlo not as a violent leader, but as a strategist, a man who could turn seemingly impossible situations into opportunities. He was teaching a new generation that power wasn't about who could fight the hardest, but who could think the most strategically. His influence extended far beyond New York. Connections in Chicago, Las Vegas, and other major cities meant that the Gambino name was becoming synonymous with a new kind of organized enterprise, one that was less about traditional criminality and more about strategic economic control. The early 1950s were a transformative period. The post-war economic boom provided unprecedented opportunities, and Carlo Gambino was perfectly positioned to take advantage. He wasn't just a criminal leader, he was becoming an economic strategist who happened to operate outside traditional legal boundaries. His network was so extensive that legitimate businesses often sought his informal mediation in disputes, union conflicts, shipping disagreements, labor negotiations. Carlo had a reputation for finding solutions that benefited all parties, a skill that made him far more than just a mob boss. As the decade progressed, Carlo's power grew not through violence, but through an intricate web of relationships, favors, and strategic positioning. He was creating an empire that would reshape the very concept of organized crime in America, turning it from a collection of street gangs into a sophisticated, almost corporate enterprise. The streets of Brooklyn continued to whisper, and Carlo Gambino continued to listen, plan, and move, with the quiet confidence of a man who understood that true power was never about being seen, but about carefully orchestrating events from the shadows. The soft moonlight filtered through the curtains of a modest Brooklyn apartment, casting long shadows across faded wallpaper that had witnessed decades of whispered secrets. In the quiet of the night, the story of Carlo Gambino would unfold, a tale of power, strategy, and the intricate web of connections that defined the Italian-American underworld. In the years following his consolidation of power within the Gambino crime family, Carlo had become more than just a mobster. He was a chess master, carefully moving pieces across an invisible board of influence that stretched far beyond the narrow streets of New York City. His power was not just about violence or intimidation, but about a complex network of relationships, strategic alliances, and an almost supernatural ability to remain invisible while controlling everything around him. The late 1960s and early 1970s marked the zenith of Gambino's influence. Unlike many of his contemporaries who relied on brute force, Carlo was a master of subtlety. He understood that true power came from understanding people, their desires, their weaknesses, their deepest fears. Where others saw confrontation, he saw opportunity. Where others heard noise, he heard the quiet whispers of potential. His network extended into legitimate businesses, political circles, and even law enforcement. Carlo had learned early in his life that control was not about who could shout the loudest, but who could whisper the most effectively. Each connection was carefully cultivated, each relationship meticulously maintained. He was like a gardener of human relationships, pruning some, nurturing others, always with a clear vision of the landscape he was creating. The streets of New York became his canvas, and the people within them his colors. Teamsters unions, construction, companies, shipping operations, all became extensions of his carefully constructed empire. But Carlo was never ostentatious. While other mafia bosses drove flashy cars and wore expensive suits, he preferred simplicity, a modest home in Brooklyn, unassuming clothing, a demeanor that suggested nothing more than a hard-working immigrant trying to provide for his family. This was his greatest strength. In a world of loud personalities and aggressive displays of power, Carlo Gambino was a ghost, present everywhere yet seemingly nowhere. He understood that true power resided in being underestimated, in being overlooked. His family was central to his strategy. Unlike many mob bosses who kept their families at a distance, Carlo integrated his relatives deeply into his operations. His nephews, cousins, and even distant relatives became integral parts of his organization. Blood to Carlo was not just a familial connection, but a strategic asset. The FBI and law enforcement agencies were constantly trying to build cases against him, but Carlo was always several steps ahead. He had informants within police departments, connections in courthouses, and a network of lawyers who could navigate the most complex legal challenges. When others saw obstacles, he saw opportunities for further manipulation. His approach to conflict was equally nuanced. Where other crime family leaders might respond to challenges with immediate violence, Carlo preferred negotiation and strategic compromise. He understood that every conflict resolved peacefully was a potential future advantage. The Italian-American community viewed him with a complex mixture of fear, respect, and grudging admiration. To some, he was a protector who ensured their community's economic survival in an often hostile environment. To others, he was a necessary evil, a powerful figure who could provide protection and opportunities in a world that frequently marginalized immigrants. But beneath this carefully constructed facade, Carlo was always calculating. Every conversation, every handshake, every seemingly casual interaction was a potential move in his elaborate game of power and survival. He saw the world not as it was, but as it could be, a landscape of potential strategies and hidden opportunities. As the night deepened and the moonlight continued to paint shadows across the room, the story of Carlo Gambino began to take shape. Not just as a tale of a mob boss, but as a complex narrative of survival, strategy, and the intricate dance of power in mid-20th century America. The autumn of 1976 settled over New York like a heavy, somber blanket, casting long shadows across the criminal landscape that Carlo Gambino had meticulously constructed over decades. The empire he had built with such calculated precision was now showing subtle but unmistakable signs of strain. Inside his modest home in Massapequa Park, Long Island, Carlo moved with a slower gait. The once robust patriarch was now a man acutely aware of his mortality, watching the intricate network of power he had woven beginning to fray at its delicate edges. His nephew Paul Castellano had been groomed for years to take over the family. Business, but whispers of discontent were growing louder within the five families. Castellano was different from Carlo, more businesslike, less of a street-level operator. He preferred boardrooms to back alleys, legitimate businesses to traditional rackets. The federal government's pressure had been intensifying. The Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, passed in 1970, was a weapon unlike anything the mafia had encountered before. It allowed prosecutors to target entire criminal enterprises, not just individual crimes. Carlo understood that this was a game-changing legislation that could potentially dismantle everything he had built. "The world is changing," Carlo would often say to his closest confidants, his Sicilian accent still thick despite decades in America. "We must adapt or disappear." His adaptation strategy was complex. He began shifting more of the family's operations into seemingly legitimate businesses, construction, waste management, real estate. These weren't just fronts. They were genuine investments that could withstand governmental scrutiny. But the internal politics were becoming increasingly complicated. The younger generation of mobsters was impatient, ambitious, and less bound by the old-world codes of honor that Carlo had lived by. They saw opportunity where he saw potential destruction. Tommy Lucchese's death in 1967 had already disrupted the delicate balance among the crime families. And now, with Carlo aging and the landscape changing, tensions were rising. Joe Colombo's assassination in 1971 had been a stark reminder of how volatile their world had become. Carlo watched his son, Thomas, and nephew Paul, observing their interactions, their ambitions, their potential for leadership. He knew that the transition of power would be crucial. One wrong move could lead to internal warfare that could destroy everything he had built. The FBI was watching. Agents like Joseph Pistone, who would later become known as Donnie Brasco, were infiltrating deeper into mafia circles, gathering intelligence that would eventually prove devastating. What Carlo couldn't have known was how quickly everything would change. The foundations of his carefully constructed empire were already showing cracks, invisible to most, but growing more pronounced with each passing month. His network of relationships with politicians, police, judges, and businessmen was still extensive. But the nature of these relationships was shifting. Where once a phone call or a quiet conversation could solve most problems, now everything was becoming more complicated, more dangerous. The old ways of doing business were dying. The romantic notion of the mafia as a noble, protective organization was being replaced by a more brutal, corporate understanding of organized crime. Carlo Gambino, for all his strategic brilliance, was caught between two worlds: the traditional Sicilian model he had grown up with and the emerging American criminal enterprise. His health was declining, but his mind remained sharp. He understood that the greatest threat to his legacy wasn't external law enforcement, but potential internal betrayal. The very system of loyalty and blood that had protected the family for generations could now be its greatest vulnerability. As autumn leaves fell outside his Long Island home, Carlo Gambino reflected on a life lived in the shadows, knowing that the twilight of his era was approaching. The fall was not just a season, but a metaphor for the gradual descent of an empire he had so carefully constructed. The whispers were getting louder. Change was inevitable. And Carlo Gambino, for perhaps the first time in his life, was uncertain about what that change would bring. The crisp autumn air of October 1976 hung heavy around the Gambino family residence in Long Island, a quiet testament to the impending silence that would soon descend upon one of the most powerful criminal empires in American history. Carlo sat in his favorite armchair, a well-worn piece of furniture that had witnessed decades of whispered conversations and careful planning. His hands, once strong and decisive, now moved more slowly, tracing the patterns of the fabric with a sense of quiet contemplation. The room was warm, filled with the soft glow of afternoon light filtering through heavy curtains, creating a sense of peaceful inevitability. At 74 years old, Carlo Gambino was acutely aware of his mortality. Unlike the violent deaths that had punctuated so many of his associates' lives, he was preparing to exit the world on his own terms. The empire he had built was carefully structured, each piece meticulously positioned like an intricate chess board. His son-in-law, Paul Castellano, was waiting in the wings, ready to assume control of the family's vast criminal network. The previous years had been challenging. The federal government's increased pressure, the constant surveillance, the internal tensions within the criminal underworld, all of these had taken their toll. But Carlo remained composed, his strategic mind still sharp, his understanding of power and loyalty undiminished. He thought back to his early days in Sicily, to the journey that had brought him to this moment. The streets of Palermo seemed like a distant memory now, almost like a dream from another lifetime. His rise from a young immigrant to the most powerful crime boss in America was a testament to his cunning, his patience, and his unique ability to navigate complex political and criminal landscapes. Family had always been paramount to Carlo. Unlike many of his contemporaries who saw family as a secondary concern, he had carefully woven his criminal enterprise around familial bonds. His children and extended family were not just blood relations, but crucial components of his organizational structure. Each member had a role, a purpose carefully assigned and meticulously executed. On this particular afternoon, the house was quiet. His wife Catherine moved softly in the background, preparing coffee, her movements measured and familiar. They had been together for decades, sharing a life built on unspoken understandings and mutual respect. She knew the weight of his world, the delicate balance he maintained between power and survival. Carlo's health had been declining gradually. Years of stress, careful maneuvering, and the inherent risks of his lifestyle were catching up with him. But he was not afraid. Death to him was just another negotiation, another strategic move in the grand game of life and power. His breathing was measured, deliberate. Each inhale carried the weight of decades of decisions, of lives altered and destinies shaped. The room around him seemed to hold its breath, waiting. In these quiet moments, Carlo reflected on his legacy. He had transformed the American mafia from a collection of local gangs into a sophisticated nationwide criminal organization. His approach had been different from his predecessors, less violent, more strategic. He believed in diplomacy, in careful negotiation, in understanding the intricate networks of power that ran through politics, business, and the criminal underworld. As years passed, his story became less about criminality and more about a particular immigrant experience, the struggle for identity, success, and a place in a new world. Carlo Gambino had transformed from a specific historical figure to a broader metaphor about ambition, survival, and the complex pursuit of the American dream. The moonlight continued to cast its gentle shadows, a silent witness to a legacy that would continue to fascinate, challenge, and provoke thought for generations to come. Carlo Gambino's story was not just about crime. It was about human complexity, cultural transformation, and the intricate ways power manifests in society. In the end, he was neither a simple villain nor a hero, but a profoundly human figure who had navigated an extraordinarily challenging world with remarkable intelligence and resilience. In the rolling hills of Lercara Fridi, a small town nestled in the heart of Sicily, a child was born who would forever change the landscape of organized crime in America. The year was 1897, and on a crisp November morning, Salvatore Lucania entered the world, the first cry of an infant who would one day become known as Lucky Luciano. The Lucania family was typical of rural Sicilian households of that time, modest, hard-working, and struggling to make ends meet. Antonio Lucania, Salvatore's father, was a laborer who worked tirelessly to provide for his wife Rosalia and their growing family. Their modest home was a testament to the harsh realities of rural Sicilian life, small, cramped, with weathered stone walls that had witnessed generations of similar struggles. Young Salvatore was not an extraordinary child by most measures. He was smaller than most of his peers, with dark, intense eyes that seemed to hold a wisdom beyond his years. From an early age, he showed a remarkable ability to observe and understand the complex social dynamics around him. The streets of Lercara Fridi were his first classroom, where he learned the intricate dance of survival and social maneuvering. The family's economic challenges were a constant backdrop to Salvatore's childhood. With 4 brothers and a sister, resources were always stretched thin. Even as a young boy, Salvatore understood the importance of contribution. He would help his mother with small tasks, run errands for neighbors, and do whatever he could to ease the family's financial burden. In 1906, everything changed. The promise of America, that mythical land of opportunity, beckoned to the Lucania family. Like thousands of other Italian immigrants, they made the difficult decision to leave their homeland behind. The journey was arduous, a long, cramped boat ride across the Atlantic, filled with uncertainty and hope. Young Salvatore, barely 9 years old, watched as the familiar landscapes of Sicily disappeared, replaced by the vast, unknown horizon of the ocean. New York City greeted them with a cacophony of sounds, smells, and overwhelming complexity. The Lower East Side, where they settled, was a melting pot of immigrant experiences. Tenement buildings stood shoulder to shoulder, each housing multiple families in cramped, often unsanitary conditions. The streets were a constant buzz of different languages, cultures, and survival strategies. The transition was not easy. Salvatore quickly realized that the skills that worked in rural Sicily were different from those needed in the urban jungle of New York. The family struggled. His father found work as a laborer, but the income was barely enough to keep the family fed. Salvatore, even as a young boy, understood that survival would require more than traditional hard work. School was a brief chapter in his life. The formal education system held little appeal for a boy who was already streetwise and observant. By age 14, Salvatore had dropped out, choosing instead to learn the real lessons of survival on the streets. He began taking odd jobs, running errands, and developing a network of connections that would later prove crucial to his rise. The neighborhood was a complex ecosystem of survival. Italian immigrants like the Lucanias were often at the bottom of the social hierarchy, facing discrimination, limited opportunities, and constant economic pressure. But within this challenging environment, Salvatore saw opportunity where others saw only obstacles. His early criminal tendencies were not born of pure malevolence, but of a strategic understanding of survival. The 5 Points Gang became his first real introduction to organized criminal activity. Here, he began to develop the skills of negotiation, strategic thinking, and understanding power dynamics that would define his later career. The streets were his university. While other boys his age were learning arithmetic and reading, Salvatore was learning the intricate rules of urban survival. He observed how power worked, how relationships could be leveraged, and how intelligence could be a more valuable currency than physical strength. His small frame and sharp mind meant he couldn't rely on brute force. Instead, he developed a keen intellect, an ability to read people, and a strategic approach to challenges. These early years were not just about survival, but about understanding the complex social machinery of immigrant life in early 20th century New York. By the time he was a teenager, Salvatore Lucania was no longer just a poor immigrant's son. He was becoming Salvatore Luciano, a name that would soon become synonymous with a new era of organized crime in America. The seeds of his future were being planted in these early years, nurtured by necessity, ambition, and an extraordinary ability to see opportunities where others saw only challenges. Little did the residents of the Lower East Side know that the quiet, observant boy running errands and making connections would one day reshape the entire landscape of organized crime in the United States. In the dimly lit speakeasies and shadowy back alleys of New York City's Lower East Side, a young Salvatore Lucania began to transform from a street-smart immigrant son into a calculating criminal mastermind. The Prohibition era provided a fertile ground for ambitious young men like him to rise from poverty to power, and Lucky was determined to seize every opportunity. Arnold Rothstein became Luciano's first true mentor, a sophisticated criminal who approached organized crime like a business rather than a street-level brawl. Rothstein taught the young Lucania that intelligence and strategy were more powerful weapons than brute force. During late-night meetings in smoky backroom establishments, Rothstein would explain the intricate networks of corruption, how to navigate political connections, and the importance of maintaining a professional demeanor. Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel became close associates during these formative years. The trio represented a new breed of gangster, educated, strategic, and willing to collaborate across ethnic lines. While traditional mafia structures were rigidly Italian, these men understood that power transcended cultural boundaries. Lansky, a Jewish immigrant from Belarus, brought mathematical precision to their criminal enterprises, while Siegel brought charisma and daring. The nickname Lucky wasn't just a casual moniker, it was earned through survival. In 1929, rival gang members ambushed Luciano, delivering a brutal beating that left him with a permanently drooping eye. Most men would have been destroyed by such an attack, but Lucky saw it as an opportunity for revenge and restructuring. He used this moment to reassess his strategies and build a more sophisticated criminal network. Prohibition presented an unprecedented economic opportunity. Alcohol became liquid gold, and those who could successfully transport and distribute it would become wealthy beyond imagination. Luciano didn't just participate in bootlegging, he revolutionized it. He established complex distribution channels that stretched from Canadian borders to New York City's underground networks. Speakeasies became more than just drinking establishments. They were strategic outposts of a growing criminal empire. His approach was methodical. While other gangsters relied on intimidation and violence, Luciano understood the power of organization and negotiation. He began developing relationships with politicians, police officers, and local business owners. Bribes were not just transactions, but carefully constructed long-term investments in infrastructure and protection. The formation of the National Crime Syndicate was perhaps his most significant strategic achievement. By bringing together Italian and Jewish criminal organizations, he created an unprecedented collaborative framework. This wasn't just a criminal alliance. It was a sophisticated business network that could operate with unprecedented efficiency and reach. Lansky and Luciano would often discuss their vision late into the night, mapping out territories and potential opportunities. Their conversations were less about immediate gains and more about long-term structural changes in how organized crime could function. They saw themselves as entrepreneurs, not just criminals. Their network expanded beyond alcohol. They began exploring prostitution, gambling, and eventually narcotics. Each venture was carefully planned, with multiple layers of protection and plausible deniability. Luciano understood that true power wasn't about how many people you could intimidate, but how many systems you could influence. The Lower East Side became his laboratory. Every street corner, every immigrant struggle, every political machine's weakness was studied and potentially exploited. He wasn't just a gangster. He was a sociological strategist who understood the intricate dynamics of power in early 20th century urban America. Politically, he was shrewd. During an era of intense discrimination against immigrants, Luciano used his criminal network to provide services and protection that government institutions failed to offer. This made him not just a feared criminal, but in some circles, a complex community leader. His relationships with law enforcement were particularly nuanced. Rather than viewing police as enemies, he saw them as potential partners who could be persuaded through strategic payments and carefully negotiated arrangements. This wasn't about simple bribery, but about creating mutually beneficial ecosystems of power and protection. By the late 1920s, Luciano had transformed from a street-level hustler to a sophisticated criminal strategist. His early years had taught him that survival required more than muscle. It demanded intelligence, adaptability, and an almost academic approach to understanding social structures. The groundwork was being laid for what would become one of the most significant criminal empires in American history. And at its center was a man who was part strategist, part businessman, and entirely focused on reshaping the very concept of organized crime. In the early 1930s, the streets of New York pulsed with tension, a complex web of power and ambition waiting to be untangled. Charles Lucky Luciano stood at the precipice of a transformative moment in organized crime. his keen intellect and calculated moves about to reshape the criminal landscape forever. The Castellammare War had been brewing for years, a brutal conflict between old-world Sicilian mafia bosses Joe Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano. Their rivalry threatened to tear apart the delicate ecosystem of organized crime, creating chaos that could potentially destroy everything Luciano had carefully built. Luciano understood that traditional mafia structures were obsolete. The old guard, with their rigid hierarchies and blood feuds, represented a dying breed. He envisioned something more sophisticated, a business-like approach to criminality that transcended ethnic boundaries and personal vendettas. His strategy was methodical and precise. He cultivated relationships with both Italian and Jewish mobsters, recognizing that collaboration was far more profitable than constant conflict. Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel became crucial allies, bringing strategic thinking and diverse operational capabilities to their emerging syndicate. The assassination of Joe Masseria became a pivotal moment. On April 15, 1931, in a carefully orchestrated plan, Luciano arranged a meeting at a Coney Island restaurant. As Masseria sat playing cards, Lansky's associates, including Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, entered and systematically eliminated the old boss. Luciano's involvement was indirect but calculated, demonstrating his ability to manipulate events without direct exposure. Salvatore Maranzano, believing he had won the war, quickly declared himself the boss of bosses and attempted to consolidate power. However, Luciano was several moves ahead. Within months, Maranzano met a similar fate, assassinated in his own office by killers disguised as government agents. With these two powerful obstacles removed, Luciano began implementing his revolutionary vision. He established the Commission, a governing body that would regulate criminal activities and resolve disputes among different crime families. This was not just a criminal organization, but a sophisticated network that operated with the precision of a corporate board. The 5 families of New York were carefully delineated. Luciano's own family, later known as the Genovese family, along with the Gambino, Colombo, Bonanno, and Lucchese families, each would have defined territories and areas of influence, reducing internal conflicts and maximizing collective profitability. Prohibition was gradually coming to an end, but Luciano was already diversifying. Gambling, prostitution, and emerging. Narcotics trade became his new focus. He understood that criminal enterprises needed to evolve constantly, always staying one step ahead of law enforcement and competing organizations. His partnerships with Jewish mobsters like Lansky were revolutionary. They broke traditional ethnic barriers, creating a more cosmopolitan and pragmatic approach to organized crime. These relationships were built on mutual respect and shared economic interests, not just cultural connections. Luciano's leadership style was uniquely modern. He avoided unnecessary violence, preferring negotiation and strategic alliances. He treated criminal enterprise like a business, with profit margins, strategic planning, and long-term vision. This approach would fundamentally transform organized crime from a collection of street gangs to a complex quasi-corporate structure. By 1931, Luciano had effectively reshaped the criminal underworld. He was not just a gangster, but an organizational architect, creating systems and structures that would influence criminal networks for decades to come. His vision extended far beyond immediate gains, looking instead at creating sustainable, adaptable criminal enterprises. The streets whispered his name with a mix of fear and respect. Charles "Lucky" Luciano had not just survived the turbulent world of organized crime, he had fundamentally reimagined it. As the 1930s dawned, Lucky Luciano's vision for organized crime began to transform from a local New York operation into a national powerhouse. The streets of New York had been his classroom, and now he was ready to expand his curriculum across the United States. The soft glow of a late-night lamp, illuminated carefully drawn maps and meticulously compiled notes in Luciano's private study. Meyer Lansky sat across from him, their partnership a delicate dance of intellect and ambition. "We're not just street thugs anymore," Luciano would often say, his fingers tracing potential routes of influence. Chicago became their first major external target. The city's complex network of criminal enterprises presented both challenge and opportunity. Luciano didn't believe in conquest through brute force, but through strategic negotiation and carefully cultivated relationships. He understood that true power wasn't about who could punch the hardest, but who could think the most strategically. His approach to national expansion was remarkably businesslike. Where other mobsters saw territories as battlegrounds, Luciano saw them as potential markets. He began establishing connections with key figures in Detroit, Chicago, and Philadelphia. Each city had its own power dynamics, and Luciano was a master at understanding and manipulating these intricate social landscapes. Political connections became crucial to his strategy. Corruption wasn't just a tool, it was an art form. Luciano understood that true control came not from fear, but from strategic influence. Judges, police commissioners, local politicians, they all became pieces on his carefully constructed chessboard. In smoky backroom meetings, Luciano would discuss operations with a calm precision that set him apart from traditional mob bosses. "Violence is expensive," he would tell his associates. "Negotiation is profitable." This philosophy marked a significant departure from the brutal tactics of previous generations of organized crime leaders. His relationship with corrupt political figures was particularly sophisticated. Rather than simple bribery, Luciano created complex networks of mutual benefit. A politician might receive campaign funding or help managing difficult constituents, while Luciano gained protection and insider information. It was a symbiotic relationship that went far beyond traditional underworld transactions. The National Crime Syndicate, which Luciano helped establish, became a revolutionary concept in organized crime. It wasn't just a criminal organization. It was almost a corporate structure. Different ethnic groups, Italian, Jewish, Irish, were brought together not through blood, but through mutual economic interests. Meyer Lansky played a crucial role in these expansions. Their partnership was more than a business arrangement. It was a meeting of strategic minds. Where Luciano saw the big picture, Lansky understood the intricate financial mechanisms that could turn potential into profit. By mid-1930s, Luciano's influence extended far beyond New York's boundaries. His operations now touched multiple states, creating a complex network that was more sophisticated than any previous criminal enterprise. Gambling, labor unions, international trade, nothing was beyond his calculated reach. The most remarkable aspect of Luciano's national expansion was his ability to remain largely invisible. While other mob leaders sought public recognition, he preferred to work in the shadows. Information was his true currency, and discretion his most valuable asset. His approach to crime was fundamentally different from his predecessors. Where they saw violence as a solution, he saw it as a last resort. Negotiation, strategic planning, and economic integration were his primary tools. This wasn't just criminal expansion, it was a sophisticated form of entrepreneurship operating outside legal boundaries. Political connections became increasingly complex. Luciano didn't just bribe officials, he created entire ecosystems of mutual benefit. A local politician might receive support in challenging electoral districts, while Luciano would gain protection and insider information about potential legal challenges. By the late 1930s, Luciano had transformed organized crime from a collection of street-level operations into a quasi-corporate entity. His national influence was so profound that he was effectively creating a parallel economic system that operated alongside, but distinct from, legitimate business structures. The soft whispers of power The subtle negotiations, the strategic connections, these were Luciano's true weapons. He was building an empire not through violence but through intelligence, strategy, and an unprecedented understanding of economic and social dynamics. In the mid-1930s, Charles "Lucky" Luciano reached the zenith of his power, transforming the criminal underworld into a meticulously organized empire that stretched far beyond the familiar streets of New York City. The city itself seemed to breathe with his influence, every whisper, every transaction carrying the subtle mark of his strategic brilliance. From his carefully cultivated network of connections, Luciano had constructed an intricate web of power that touched nearly every aspect of urban life. The waterfront was his first true kingdom. Longshoremen moved cargo according to his silent instructions. Union leaders danced to the rhythm of his economic choreography. Each pier, each warehouse, became an extension of his calculated control. His partnership with Meyer Lansky proved particularly potent during these years. Together, they were more than criminals. They were architects of a new kind of organized crime. Lansky's financial acumen complemented Luciano's strategic vision perfectly. Their expansion into Cuba was not just a business venture, but a geopolitical chess move that would reshape underground economies across multiple continents. The casinos in Havana became more than gambling establishments. They were sophisticated, money laundering operations, diplomatic meeting grounds where international criminals and legitimate businessmen mingled seamlessly. Luciano understood that power wasn't about violence, but about connections, about creating systems that functioned with bureaucratic precision. His approach to the prostitution networks was similarly clinical. Where other mobsters saw quick profits, Luciano saw an intricate economic ecosystem. He standardized operations, introduced health protocols, and managed the business with a corporate efficiency that was decades ahead of its time. Each woman was not just a worker, but a carefully managed asset within a complex economic framework. European connections became increasingly crucial during this period. Luciano wasn't just a New York gangster, he was an international businessman who happened to operate outside legal boundaries. His relationships with Sicilian mafia families were particularly nuanced, built on mutual respect, shared cultural understanding, and strategic economic interests. Despite his immense power, Luciano maintained an almost invisible public persona. Unlike the flamboyant gangsters who adorned magazine covers, he preferred shadows and boardrooms. His suits were impeccable but understated, his movements calculated and precise. He was more bureaucrat than stereotypical mobster, more interested in profit margins than dramatic shootouts. The political connections he cultivated were equally sophisticated. Bribes were not crude transactions but carefully negotiated arrangements. A politician wasn't an enemy to be threatened, but a potential partner to be strategically aligned. Police commissioners, local politicians, judges, they were all potential nodes in his expansive network. His business philosophy revolutionized organized crime. Violence was a last resort, negotiation the preferred method. Where previous generations of criminals relied on brutality, Luciano introduced corporate-style management. Disputes were settled in meetings, territories were divided through discussions, and conflicts were economic rather than bloody. The New York underworld transformed under his leadership. Traditional ethnic boundaries began to blur. Italian, Jewish, Irish criminals started seeing themselves as part of a broader economic ecosystem rather than rival tribes. Luciano's vision was fundamentally cosmopolitan. He saw potential where others saw only differences. By the mid-1930s, his control was so complete that even legitimate businesses understood they operated with his tacit permission. The line between legal and illegal commerce had become beautifully, dangerously blurred. A shipping company, a labor union, a gambling operation, these were just different manifestations of the same economic logic. His international operations reflected this sophisticated worldview. Cuba was just the beginning. Connections were being established in France, Italy, and increasingly parts of South America. Luciano wasn't just a local criminal. He was becoming a global economic strategist who happened to work outside traditional legal frameworks. The remarkable aspect of Luciano's power during these peak years was its subtlety. He didn't need to demonstrate strength through violence. His reputation, his network, his strategic brilliance, these were his true weapons. Every move was calculated, every relationship carefully cultivated, every business venture meticulously planned. As the 1930s progressed, Luciano stood at the pinnacle of his power, a modern emperor whose kingdom existed not on maps, but in the complex networks of economic and social relationships he had so carefully constructed. The soft evening light filtered through the barred windows of Sing Sing Correctional Facility, casting long shadows across the cold stone floor. Charles Lucky Luciano sat at a small wooden table, his fingers carefully tracing the edges of a worn legal document. The year was 1936, and what seemed like a devastating blow to his criminal empire was about to become a complex chess game of survival and strategic manipulation. Thomas E. Dewey, the ambitious young prosecutor, had made it his personal mission to dismantle Luciano's extensive prostitution network. The charges were precise, calculated: compulsory prostitution, a serious offense that carried potentially devastating consequences. But Luciano was not a man to be easily defeated. During the trial, the courtroom became a theater of power and perception. Luciano sat composed, his tailored suit a stark contrast to the harsh environment. He watched Dewey with calculating eyes, understanding that this was more than just a legal battle. It was a war of reputation and control. When the verdict came down, 30 to 50 years in prison, most would have seen it as a complete defeat. But Luciano saw it differently. Prison was not an end, but another avenue of operation. From behind bars, he would continue to pull the strings of his vast criminal network. His connections ran deep. Meyer Lansky, his closest confidant, became his primary intermediary. Through carefully coded messages and trusted associates, Luciano maintained his grip on the criminal underworld. The prostitution racket, now technically dismantled, was restructured and continued to generate significant revenue. The prison walls could not contain his strategic mind. Luciano began cultivating relationships that would prove crucial in the coming years. The outbreak of World War II presented an unexpected opportunity. The U.S. government was concerned about potential sabotage along the New York waterfront, territory Luciano knew intimately. In a move that would become legendary in criminal circles, Luciano offered his unique expertise to national security. His extensive connections in the waterfront and among various criminal networks provided valuable intelligence. The government, desperate for insider information and protection, found an unlikely ally in the imprisoned mobster. His cooperation was strategic and calculated. Luciano understood that every piece of information, every connection could be leveraged. He wasn't helping out of patriotism, but out of a deep understanding of power dynamics. The waterfront was protected, shipping routes were secured, and in return Luciano was positioning himself for a potential release. The psychological game was intricate. While serving his sentence, he maintained a network of influence that most imprisoned criminals could never dream of. His associates continued to expand operations in Cuba, maintained connections with European crime syndicates, and kept his financial interests intact. Conversations with prison guards and administrators were always measured, always purposeful. Luciano was a master of perception, presenting himself as a cooperative prisoner while simultaneously running a complex criminal enterprise. His charm, intelligence, and strategic thinking never wavered. By 1946, after a decade of imprisonment, Luciano's efforts bore fruit. His cooperation during the war, combined with his influential connections, led to his early release. It was not a traditional victory, but a Luciano-style triumph, calculated, unexpected, and ultimately successful. The release came with a condition: deportation to Italy. But for Luciano, this was merely another stage in his ongoing strategic game. He was not defeated, he was repositioning. The criminal networks he had built were global, transcending any single geographical limitation. As he prepared to leave the United States, Luciano reflected on the journey. From a young immigrant to the most powerful mobster in New York, he had navigated complex political and criminal landscapes with remarkable skill. Prison was not a setback, but another chapter in his extraordinary life. The story of Lucky Luciano was far from over. It was simply entering a new international phase, a testament to his ability to transform challenges into opportunities and setbacks into strategic advantages. As the warm Mediterranean sun cast long shadows across the narrow streets of Naples, Charles Lucky Luciano found himself in a world far removed from the bustling underworld of New York City he once commanded. Deportation had stripped him of his immediate power, but not of his cunning or his connections. The small apartment overlooking the Bay of Naples became his new headquarters, a modest command center from which he would attempt to maintain the intricate web of criminal networks he had so carefully woven over decades. His fingers, once quick to dial orders across Manhattan, now traced the contours of old photographs and maps, plotting potential moves in a game that was rapidly changing. Without him, Vincenzo, a loyal lieutenant who had followed him from America, would bring him daily reports. The conversations were hushed, careful, each word measured like gold. "The young ones," Vincenzo would say, his voice tinged with a mixture of respect and concern, "they don't understand the old ways anymore. They want quick money, not strategic control." Luciano would lean back, his once sharp features now softened by age and exile, understanding the fundamental shift happening in the criminal landscape. The world of organized crime was no longer about careful negotiation and strategic alliances. It was becoming more volatile, more unpredictable. His attempts to re-enter the United States were met with consistent failure. Each plan was more elaborate than the last, but the authorities seemed to have an uncanny ability to anticipate his moves. Immigration officials and law enforcement maintained a vigilant watch, understanding that Luciano represented more than just an individual. He was a symbol of an entire criminal ecosystem. The networks he had so carefully constructed were slowly disintegrating. Younger mobsters, hungry for power and less interested in the sophisticated approach Luciano had pioneered, were carving out their own territories. The Commission, the governing body of the American mafia that he had helped create, was evolving and not necessarily in ways he would have approved. In quiet moments, often accompanied by a glass of robust Campanian red wine, Luciano would reflect on his journey. From the streets of Lower Manhattan to the heights of criminal leadership, and now to this exile in a beautiful but constraining city. The irony was not lost on him. His international connections, once his greatest strength, were now becoming his greatest challenge. Communication was difficult, trust was fragile, and the old guard was being systematically replaced by a new generation with different philosophies and different methods of operation. The psychological toll was significant. A man who had spent his entire life in control, who had orchestrated complex criminal operations with the precision of a military strategist, was now reduced to watching from the sidelines. Each failed attempt to regain his former influence was another wound to his legendary reputation. Vincenzo became more than just an associate during these years. He was a confidant, a connection to the world Luciano had left behind. Their conversations would often drift between memories of past operations, current challenges, and speculative discussions about potential future moves. "The landscape has changed, Charlie," Vincenzo would say, using the familiar name that reminded Luciano of his earlier days. "The FBI, the new breed of law enforcement, they're not like the old cops we used to handle." Luciano's network was not completely destroyed, but it was significantly diminished. The intricate relationships he had cultivated over decades were now tenuous threads, easily broken by time, distance, and the aggressive tactics of law enforcement. His international status was complex. He was simultaneously a legend and a liability. Respected by some, viewed as a potential threat by others. The Italian authorities were cautious, aware of his reputation, but also understanding the potential economic and social implications of hosting such a notorious figure. The failed comeback attempts were not just logistical challenges, they were psychological battles. Each rejection, each blocked entry, was a personal affront to a man who had once considered borders and legal restrictions mere inconveniences to be navigated. As the years passed, Luciano's influence continued to wane. The criminal world he had helped shape was moving on, creating new power structures, new methods of operation that bore little resemblance to the carefully constructed networks he had once controlled. Yet, even in decline, there was a certain dignity to Luciano. He did not rage against his circumstances, nor did he completely surrender. He adapted, observed, and continued to think strategically, a testament to the mind that had made him one of the most significant figures in organized crime history. The story of his fall was not a story of complete defeat, but of transformation, a powerful man learning to exist in a world that no longer fully recognized his power. In the quiet, sun-drenched streets of Naples, Charles Lucky Luciano's final years unfolded like a fading photograph, soft at the edges but still holding the intensity of a life lived in the shadows. The once powerful gangster, who had reshaped the American criminal underworld, now moved with a measured pace, his once robust frame diminished by time and the weight of his past. The Naples airport was a place of quiet routine on that cold January morning in 1962. Luciano, dressed in a tailored grey suit that hung loosely on his now thin frame, walked with a deliberate slowness. His eyes, still sharp despite his age, scanned the surroundings with the instinct of a man who had spent decades watching his back. The crisp winter air filled his lungs, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of peace. It was here, amid the bustling terminal and the distant sound of aircraft, that fate chose to make its final move. The heart attack came suddenly, a sharp, crushing pain that brought the legendary mobster to his knees. In those moments, Lucky Luciano's mind raced through decades of memories. The streets of New York, the criminal empire he had built, the lives he had touched and changed. Medical staff rushed to his aid, but the damage was done. The man who had survived assassination attempts, prison, and deportation would not survive this final, most personal of battles. As he was taken away, the airport staff whispered among themselves, unaware that they were witnessing the last moments of a man who had once ruled the criminal underworld. His death was a quiet affair, especially compared to the dramatic life he had led. The news spread slowly at first, then like wildfire through the criminal networks he had once controlled. In New York, in Sicily, in the dark corners of organized crime, old associates received the news with a mixture of respect and reflection. The funeral in New York was a carefully orchestrated event, a final testament to Luciano's power and influence. Mobsters from various families gathered, their dark suits a uniform of mourning and respect. It was more than just a funeral. It was the closing of a chapter in organized crime's history. Cremation was chosen, perhaps symbolizing the way Luciano had transformed and reinvented himself throughout his life. His ashes were carefully preserved, a final secret to be guarded by those closest to him. The lavish funeral was a stark contrast to the humble beginnings of Salvatore Lucania, the Sicilian immigrant who had become Charles Lucky Luciano. In the days and weeks following his death, stories began to circulate. Some spoke of his ruthlessness, others of his strategic brilliance. But those who truly knew him understood the complexity of the man. He was more than just a gangster. He was an architect of modern organized crime, a man who had restructured criminal enterprises with the precision of a business executive. His legacy was complicated. He had created systems that would outlive him by decades, organizational structures that would continue to influence criminal enterprises long after his death. The commission he had helped establish continued to operate, a testament to his strategic thinking. Old associates would gather in dimly lit restaurants and quiet bars, sharing stories about Luciano. They spoke in hushed tones, part reverence, part nostalgia. He had been more than a leader. He had been a visionary who saw crime as a business, who understood the power of organization and cooperation. In Naples, where he had spent his final years, locals had mixed memories. Some remembered him as a quiet, almost mysterious figure who moved through the city with a certain dignity. Others knew nothing of his past, seeing only an aging foreigner who seemed to carry the weight of untold stories. As years passed, Lucky Luciano would become something of a legend, part historical figure, part mythological character. Books would be written, movies would be made, but the true essence of the man would remain elusive, known only to those who had truly known him. The heart that had once driven an empire had finally given out, leaving behind a legacy that would echo through the corridors of criminal history for generations to come. Charles Lucky Luciano, immigrant gangster businessman legend, had completed his final journey. As the soft evening light filtered through the curtains of a quiet Neapolitan apartment, the legacy of Charles Lucky Luciano began to settle, like dust motes in the air, a delicate, almost ethereal remnant of a life that had transformed the very fabric of organized crime in America. The story of Lucky Luciano was never just about power or violence. It was a tale of transformation, of an immigrant's journey that reshaped an entire underworld, a narrative that would echo through generations like a whispered legend. His life was a complex tapestry of ambition, strategy, and an almost revolutionary approach to criminal enterprise. In the years following his death, Luciano became more than just a man. He became a symbol, a mythical figure who represented a pivotal moment in the dark underbelly of 20th century American society. Historians, journalists, and scholars would spend decades dissecting his life, trying to understand the man behind the legend. His impact extended far beyond the criminal world. During World War II, his connections with the U.S. Navy and his assistance in protecting New York's ports had created a unique chapter in American history, a time when the lines between criminality and patriotism blurred into an intricate dance of survival and strategic alliance. The criminal networks he established would continue to operate long after his deportation to Italy. His organizational model, a structured, business-like approach to illegal activities, became the blueprint for organized crime groups worldwide. The commission he helped create would remain a powerful institution, governing the relationships between different mafia families with a complex set of unwritten rules and protocols. In Naples, where he spent his final years, locals would occasionally speak of the mysterious American who lived among them. Some remembered him as a quiet, almost dignified elderly gentleman, far removed from the ruthless gangster of New York legends. He would take slow walks through the narrow streets, occasionally meeting with old associates, his presence a subtle reminder of a powerful past. His cremation and burial in New York were more than just a final farewell. They were a symbolic closing of a remarkable chapter in American criminal history. Mobsters and associates who attended his funeral understood they were witnessing the end of an era, the final curtain call of a man who had fundamentally reshaped their world. Younger generations of criminals would study his methods, his strategic thinking, and his ability to adapt. Luciano was not just a gangster. He was a visionary who saw crime as a form of enterprise, a business to be managed with intelligence, diplomacy, and cold calculation. Academic studies would emerge, examining his life from multiple perspectives: sociological, historical, and psychological. Researchers would debate his true impact, his motivations, and the complex moral landscape he navigated. Was he a product of his time, a ruthless businessman, or a complex individual shaped by immigration, poverty, and the brutal realities of early 20th century urban life? His story became a lens through which one could understand broader narratives of immigration, social mobility, and the dark undercurrents of American capitalism. Luciano represented a generation of immigrants who found power and recognition through unconventional and often illegal means. The whispers of his legend would continue, passed down through generations, in hushed conversations in New York's Italian neighborhoods, in academic papers, in documentaries, and in the collective memory of a society fascinated by stories of power, transformation, and the thin line between criminality and entrepreneurship. As twilight descended on the memory of Lucky Luciano, his story remained, a complex, nuanced narrative that defied simple categorization. He was a man who had lived multiple lives, who had reinvented not just himself, but an entire underground world, leaving an indelible mark on the 20th century American landscape. His legacy was not just about crime. It was about adaptation, strategy, and the extraordinary journey of an individual who had transformed from a poor Sicilian immigrant to a global criminal mastermind, and finally, to a mythical figure whose influence would be felt long after his physical presence had faded. In the quiet of the evening, in the shadows of memory, Lucky Luciano remained, a testament to the complexity of human ambition, the intricate dance of power, and the enduring mystery of a life lived on the razor's edge between darkness and legend.